Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, we're working on getting that bee into the game and some basic behavior, and we will see how far we get. The render is done. That's cool. Also, whoop. Whoa. Did I just deafen you guys, or was that just me? Hopefully that was just me. 1 second. Not right now. Hold on. I think that was just me that went deaf just now. Okay. Woo! Yes, good. Sorry, guys. Where was I? This is not a fab monster. Oh, I did not render its shadow, though. We'll have to get that going at some. Hey there, Soul Warding. He's on the to-do list. Yeah, I'll render the shadow if I get through most of the behavior today. Like, if we get near completion on the bee, then sure. But I have a feeling the bee's gonna be like a 3-day task. I also have to make a projectile for him, don't I? Just in case, I'm gonna be conservative and say a 5-day task for finishing the beat up. So, almost certainly not getting to the shadow today. That's fine. If I'm feeling particularly lazy sometime in the stream, maybe we'll switch to doing shadow renders, but probably not today. Alright. Right. License. Always license. Always make sure you have copies of your license stuff. But let's give people a few minutes to get in here. And I'm going to be much stricter with, like, I had a wake-up call. I have been doing way too long breaks. Yeah, no, a big problem with featuring Guild Wars as my, quote, break game lately is I enjoy the game way too much. So it's very easy for me to be like, just 10 more minutes. Just like 5 more minutes. It's gonna take no time at all. And then it's like, I don't recognize how long time has passed. Does Windows have a like stopwatch app for me? There's a clock app. Did it have a timer? Yes, there we go. Alrighty. Save it. Awesome. Ooh. Perfect. Boop. Now, wait. Is it gonna make noises? It's... I don't want you to make noises. Timers will sound only when your PC... well, we'll find out. We'll find out what this thing does in 20 minutes. All right. So what are we doing about this awful mission? First, let's go check out that was amazing. You just attempting and terribly failing to say garbage. You made such a valiant effort. Such a valiant effort. But so the way to make that effect in the throat is you have to tighten the throat right. Let me do it one more time so I can really describe it. Garbage. So the tightness is just in front of and above, or like just above the larynx is where you want to tighten a bit and force air along the throat in that area so that you get a sort of grumbly, growly sound. And of course, the reverb has to come from the chest. What was I doing here? Oh yes, skills. So all I'm looking for is any sort of enchantment. Oh, that's 7 seconds. That's not going to save me. 13 seconds. Not worth it. Ooh, 60 seconds. And it's fixed duration, so I don't need to worry about attributes. But I'm also out of money. You think you did better if I saw you try again? Nice. Wait. Oh! Well, that doesn't work on a timer. So the timer I set, guys, turns out it was not 20 minutes. I accidentally set a timer for 20 hours. Whoops! Let's try that again. That's not right. Okay, so there we go. 16 now. Save it. Go. Long game time? Yeah, no. Today is supposed to be a dev heavy stream, so that's not gonna work. But no, that was absolutely adorable yesterday. You went garbage. It was awesome. Loved it. All right. We're liquidating our savings. Liquidating our, I mean, I guess it's already liquid. We're emptying our coffers. That's what's happening. Okay, Spirit's Gift. Bye. And let's also hit up Michiko. That's not Michiko. One small pet peeve. In the settings of this game, you've got... Not there. Somewhere in here you set the text size and stuff. I'm trying to remember where. Where are the graphics? Oh, there we go. Interface size. So I have it set to large interface size because at 1920 by 1080, everything's very small. And so it increases all these UI bits, which is great. It doesn't increase this stuff. Why? Old man Dum Dum can't handle this. Old? Yep, I'm super old. Oh right, I guess I didn't share with you guys how I found out that I am just so old recently. I was listening to someone talk about some music, and they used a phrase that my soul was not ready to hear. They said, and I quote, "This song is an excellent example of music from the late 1900s. I died. Just instantaneously died. I had to be revived. It was a whole experience. And it occurred to me that in my lifetime, like right now, it's probably too early to be calling 90s music the late 1900s. Like that's a weird way to say that. However, in my lifetime, music from and like right now, certainly music from the 50s, which I'm familiar with and enjoy listening to, it would not be inaccurate in 2026 to describe that as the mid 1900s. Like, it's kind of valid. Considering in the year 2000, we absolutely referred to or in the 90s, we referred to turn of the century rather than talking about the 19 noughties or the 19 teens. Also, talking about late 1800s, we didn't talk about the 1890s. So like, in my lifetime, it will be absolutely valid to refer to the 80s even as late 1900s. That's gonna be weird, because I will likely live at least to what? Let's roll the odds. I will probably live at least to the 2060s? Let's say I go out quick. So 2050s. Yeah, it like, that would make sense that people don't talk about, quote, 90s music anymore at that point. So yeah, I found out that I'm old. Four seconds, 5. What is with these short durations? Show me long duration stuff, please. $20, $22, $60. Hey, hey. Yeah, I'll take that. 5 energy, quarter-second cast. That is perfect for what I'm doing. Okay, what else have we got? Ghostly haste, 18 seconds. That's garbage. Sorry. Garbage! On the positive side, you're not the generation of 6-7 phrasings. Yeah. That whole phenomenon is just a disappointment of humanity. And it's such a weird phenomenon. Can I cast this on myself? And can I cast this on spirits? Let's do some testing. Might not actually get a run-in for startup, but at least I can do some testing, see how these skills work. Because that skill has a chance of being extremely useful. First off, oh, wait. One thing I want to test is, can I target a spirit with that? Because if I can, this will replace Shadow of Fate. Assuming it works the way I want it to. First there. Oop. And no. And not target spirit. If I place that. Okay. Not super helpful. What else do I need to test? Shadow of Haste is a stance. Wait. That's not an enchantment. So do they have... That means shielding the... Or it's called covering the enchantment I can't do because it's not an enchantment. So they have a skill that ends... What? Guild Wars skills that end. Does that counter or end stances? Grapple, touch skill. Touch skill. End target. If target foe is moving, end foe's stance. Oh. And Mark of Insecurity. That's probably the one. Nope. I don't think so anyway. Because I don't think there's any assassins. Probably shove. I have no idea. Anyway, so that completely destroys my plans. But, sorry, what I was getting at with the whole 6-7 phenomenon is there's nothing behind it. There's no, like, meaning, purpose, whatnot behind it. It's just, I say the words, and that makes me happy. Like, that seems to be the full depth of the phenomenon. So, the closest alternative for my generation is the game. Which, for those who aren't familiar with it, the whole concept of the game is if you think about this concept of the game, then that is the act that causes you to lose the game. You are winning the game so long as you don't think about or remember that the game is a thing. Is it stupid? Yes. But there's at least some level of depth there, right? There's something there. It's not something very complex, sure. But it is more than just, I have said the words, therefore happy. And am I being reductive in the, like, description of the emotions that are evoked? Yes. However, there's just nothing deeper to it. The next generation coming up is going to be baby influencers that are marketing wrinkle-free cream for young girls. What? Wait. Why do young girls need wrinkle cream? What? Explain. With that being a stance, I don't know what to do. Huh. I'll bring Spirit Walk. I can maybe do something with that. Maybe. Then again, I can also just target the spirits that are in the level, can't I? Alright, whatever. We'll make a quick run attempt. Got 2.5 minutes to do this. They're like 6 years old. Not healthy as girls are following their example and ruining their skin. Oh wait, there are influencers that are marketing for wrinkle-free product. Wait, what? I mean, one, marketing products to 6-year-olds, I'm pretty sure is illegal. Just FYI, I'm pretty sure that's against the law. I'm pretty sure marketing to anyone... It might be anyone who's a minor. They are 6-year-olds marketing to other kids? Doesn't matter. Still illegal. In that case, it falls on the parents, of course. Okay, so can I target you with Spirit Walk? Yes, I can. Oh, chat. Oh, never mind. They don't spawn until I kill the Harbingers, so... I thought I just had a brilliant idea, but I did not. Don't worry. Oh, this run's dead, isn't it? Yep, this run's dead. I should have just run past with the light from back here. Maybe I can still do that. How much time has passed? I need to just book it right now. Yep. Such a good attempt. I didn't mess that up at all. Yeah, that was also just not gonna work out. All right. Okay, I want to see what this timer does. Like, what is Windows' idea of telling me a timer is done? Cool. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, now let's set this up correctly. I don't need that, or that, or that, or that, or that. Okay. Start up. Okay. And let's also make a render check. 15 minutes. And let's also do a break timer. Awesome. I'm ready. Now, work time. It gets crazier. It's instead of Chuck E. Cheese, these girls are have shopping parties at Saphora. And Saphora employees are a bit annoyed as they didn't get hired at Saphora to be a PDC. What? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. And let me set a 5-minute timer. I'm gonna look into this right now. I want to start using timers to like remind myself how long to spend on certain things. All right, so what is Sephora parties for kids? What is this? What is happening? I love this this official response. Saphora does not offer a formal party program for customers of any age at any location. Okay, that is not useful. An emerging trend where small groups visit stores for beauty pickup experiences is not an official program. Many local stores allow these events, which often include scavenger hunts. What? Okay, how prevalent is this? Because like bad parents are a thing in every generation, right? Like that's a thing. How common are Sephora parties for kids? Hold on. Now, one thing I'm still upset about is AI does not properly cite its sources. Like, it's showing me these articles that maybe that's where it's pulling the info from. Huge trend, like millions of views of these influencers, right? But that millions of views could be adults watching that stuff. Young girls pushing anti-aging products. So using children to advertise to adults is legal. Like that, as far as I know, that's perfectly fine. Like if the parents are involved in letting that approving that happening. The kids are allowed to be, you know, child actors marketing to adults. The demographic watching them is girl. That's hard to prove. Are Saphora kids still a thing? Or is the new Chucky? What? And this is from back in February of last year. What? This is insane. But I really want some statistics. Like, how many parties are happening at Sephora's each month? Because if it's like 10 parties a month across the entire country, that's not a massive trend. It's a trend, and it's a worrying one, even if that's the case. On Reddit, anonymous Saphora worker said hosting parties is the freaking worst. Explaining that the parents think it's a free-for-all place like Chuck E. Cheese, thinking their kids are fair game, thinking their kid has fair game of anything they... What? I mean, this is where you just get the police involved, right? Like, you trespass the parents and the kids from the store. Store manager who helped Thomas plan Reagan's party. So into the event that she spent her own money to get the girls pink balloons, tiara. Whoa. So the manager helping, that opens them up to liability and lawsuit in a bunch of different cases. That's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh. All right, let me just very quickly take a glance at this. I want to see if they have any sort of citations. Does any Reddit user provide actual data? I may have watched too much Star Trek TNG last night. Oops. Okay. Sources, please. Hampered and learn about age-appropriate makeup and hairstyles. By the way, I just want to throw this out there for any women or girls that are watching me. I think there's like one of you out there, but for any women or girls that watch my channel, just don't do makeup. I can promise you that if you're wearing makeup to try and attract men of any variety, you probably don't need to. Almost certainly you don't need to. If you're doing it for you, or you're doing it to look more attractive than other women, and like that gives you a confidence boost. If you're doing it for either of those reasons, just keep in mind, you are trading your future beauty for current beauty. Because makeup will age your skin more quickly. It doesn't matter what age you're using it. Your skin will degrade faster if you wear makeup. If you don't wear makeup, you will keep your youthful look much, much, much longer. The other big thing is don't go out suntanning if you want to look good at older ages. Like, basically in the attractiveness game, do you want to Zerg rush Or do you want to turtle? If you want to Zerg rush, then in your, teens and 20s, slather on the makeup. If you want to turtle and outlast all the other women in the attractiveness game, don't wear makeup. I can promise you, give it just 10 years, your average attractiveness compared to people in your generation, you will be in the top like 10% if you just don't wear makeup. Like, give it 10 years. You will surpass everyone else. I promise you. Trend in Asia is white skin. That's more US thing where they are darkening skin. Asians are lightning. Well, the opposite of what you have is always seen as more exotic and more desirable because of what it says about your status in society. I need to get back to work, but I just want to briefly explain that. So go back to times in history where famine was very common. And one of the most attractive qualities in a mate was fat. If the person you were looking at had love handles, right? If they had a big gut, that was considered attractive because it meant that they had enough food to be able to pack on pounds. And it meant that they were wealthy in those societies. Similarly, in Asian countries, and this is also applicable in most of the world, and at least even in Western societies, if you go back further in time, lighter skin was considered attractive because it meant you weren't out in the sun working. It meant you were so wealthy and you had such a elevated station in life that you weren't out in the sun working, so you weren't darkening your skin with the sun. By that same token, in current day, and this has been true for a while in Western societies, if you have darker skin, I should say, if you have darker skin, but very well-maintained skin, it means that not only do you have excess resources, you have so much excess resources, you have time to literally just sit there darkening your skin, whether that's through sun tanning or going to a tanning salon, whatever it is. You have so much excess resources, you can waste it on that stuff. I shouldn't say waste. You can choose to spend it on that stuff. Your next break. This is what the next generation is striving to become at younger and younger ages. Oh dear lord. I'll save this. We'll look at that once I've got the basic animations into the dough. Enemies. New base. New inherited scene. Feed. Entities, enemies, normal. Give it. And then script. And I can basically just copy this whole thing and replace with whatever I need. have any of that. Don't have that. Keep that there for now. Just comment it out. Okay, we set up the ID. Yep. The only stuff that I need. What did I call this? Template. That's right. Probably need to update that. For now, I'll comment that out. Okay. That. I'm gonna do some stuff with these methods, but not right now. Pick up, activate. Player checker timeout. I do think I want to do something new with the death animation. I essentially want to make a new version of the pixel explosion, which I think could be really cool. The bee! I'm pretty happy with how that render turned out. Especially because I spent almost no time on it. Animation, B-frames is 8 by, I think it's 5? Yes. Or 8 times 5. 8. Probably do an import. Yeah, it'll make my life easier. Oh right. Godot wants these to be lowercase. Because, a reminder, weird stuff happens if you capitalize your file names. It's kind of like Python, where just some things stop working. In Python, I've noticed that your includes will just die on you. And the same type of stuff happens in Godot. Alright. So, what do I want to do? Port. And still needs work for you. There's probably something similar to that. Like, you'll find something similar to that in Unreal. There's always certain quirks like that. Like, maybe in Unreal you have to capitalize all file names. I don't know. I don't use Unreal, but these are just I'll try to point out stuff like that continually as I go on stuff, because there's certain quirks that will cause your programs and games to fail, and there will be no obvious cause for it. And it's these weird things like that. Like, how is it in 2026 these languages can't handle capitalized first letters of files? How is that a thing? I wonder if you could do a compilation of quirks in Godot for a YouTube video. That could be interesting. That could be very interesting. And just title it something like Top 10 times when Godot is garbage. Number 7 will shock you. Hate it. I think that might get views. Oh, it would get views. I would definitely want to hire an editor, because I have no editing knowledge and I'm not going to take the time to learn to edit. That's not happening. What was I doing? Right, assets. License. E. Wait, did I call it attack 01 or attack 1? Hold, please. Attack 1, okay. Stumble Scar F. Title. And how long should these be, and which one's loop? Lock and idle loop. Loop. Probably want the attacks to be a half second at most. The death animation I'm going to want to customize. I think it'll be easier if I put a half second and then extend the time name. Yeah, I think that'll be easy. Toggle dum-dum names. I love this feature, but it's so dumbly put together. It's literally just, are the angles exactly what I expect them to be? If so, and that's why it can switch back and forth. It's like, does this match the name I expect? Oh, then we'll turn it into the angle. And I think it's all hard-coded values in the back end. One. Oop. Oh, right. That first. I think it'll now just magically. Aha! It works. Now, two. Mary. Why is that not working? Hello? That's not what I wanted. How did I do this before? There we go. Okay. Now, it'd be safe to delete that. And all my animations are here. Beautiful. So much time saved. Yep, so here's the thing that I didn't like about the wings is it doesn't really look like they're fluttering. So what is the cheapest, most effective way to cause a fluttering effect? Like the bee is hopping? It really does. So what about idle? Oh, how does this look? That looks awful. All right. Huh. Huh. It's Wabbit season? It kind of does look like that. How does this go? That one I'm cool with. I have an idea that's gonna be annoying and complicated. but it should look amazing if I pull it off. Which also means today is going to be a render day. Okay. So. Not you. Get out of here. So let's first do what? I'm gonna make a test version of this. Okay. That's where we're gonna start. Test version. Uh-oh. Did I really do that? Tell me I didn't actually. I didn't? Yep, no, based on like what frames were picked, the wings are just not moving as much as they should. And theoretically, I want them moving, like, I want them flickering more often than the frames. So my idea is to build the bee out of 4 different sprite sheets. So I want a wings up version, a wings down version, the body, and a shadow. So this is gonna be something. And we'll do this angle. Will be our test. Only gonna do one angle. Actually, let's also just do the walking. Let's do walking and idle. I think you have the wings move fast and then have the body move slow. So my idea is to have them flickering. So the way this is done in most games is every single frame you switch between 2 sets of wings. So rather than having the wings actually move between 2 spots, you just set one to transparent and the other to visible, and then every frame swap them back and forth so it flickers. So think like in games where you've seen a dragon fly in its wings, that. And I think it'll work. And to sell the effect a little more, I'll probably add a like 10 to 20% transparency on the wings. But first, duplicate that. You are going to be called Holdout. Nope, Knockout. Because I'm going to use the correct word for that. I am determined. Okay. Now. Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't duplicate that yet. Yeah, not yet. Ba-doop. Well, I do need to duplicate it, but with a different name. And I need to look at how the wings are being animated on a per frame basis. You could also do shorts for individual Godot glitches. That could be interesting. Maybe. Alrighty. I guess first I need to know what bone is driving that. Cool. That is just wing R. Wing R1. Or R wing 1, R wing 11. So I actually want 2 copies. Wings up, wings down. Okay. Nope, that one doesn't get created yet. And I'm also going to save this as a new file. Welcome to B3. I really wish E3 had a slogan so I could have made a joke off of B3, but oh well. Now, animation. What precisely is happening with these guys? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. Sir? Okay, what bone is upstream of that? Okay, what is causing that movement? Okay. If our wing... I just use this. I don't understand. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's a tiny, tiny adjustment. Got it. And luckily, it is just back and forth. And I don't think I need to do anything there. Ooh, something else is happening there. I think that I can leave alone, though. That one I can also leave alone, I think. Good. Literally nothing happening there. And more stuff I don't need to care about. Okay, so the only stuff I need to care about is this. So I need one wing at... I need one wing at this location, one wing at this location. Or should I say set of wings. And what is the most effective way to do that? Don't know. Can I do something like setting a bone constraint for a model? That'd be really cool if I could do that. Don't want to do that. I guess one thing I can do real quick is just remove the body. That's a quick edit. Okay. Under lock bone to okay, so I can do that in pose mode. I need pretty sure 2 new armatures. Blender. Okay. What's the word? Armature. Copy. Their armature. Oh. Wait, I did this before. I've done this exact thing before. No, have I? No, I haven't. I haven't. Those bones look like a confusing mess to you? They look like a confusing mess to me too. But it works, so I'm not going to question it. Armature. Things up. Armature. Things. Okay. Now how do I make you copy the main armature? Armature. Copy all poses. Alternatively, no, that won't work. Are there multiple animations with those bones, or is it just the one animation? There is multiple animations. Copy poses. Oh, I don't want to copy the pose. I want it to follow the animations of the oh, let me just phrase it that way. Maybe AI can answer it this way. Bone constraints. Right, but that would be... I'd have to place a constraint on every single bone for that to work. Or not. Could I? No, because it's all relative position, so that won't work. Yeah, I'd have to copy every single bone. There's gotta be a way to do this. How to make an armature fall another one. Like, good. Reddit is a much better place to ask this question than AI. Use child of constraint. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so if I do this, they're not working. Like, they're doing different things right now. So, hide that one for now. Wait, where's my constraints? Oh, it's right here. What am I doing? Child of armature. That could have worked. Why did that not work? Maybe it duplicated actions? Yes. Now it's not doing anything. I have two armatures, one is the body and the other two eyes following another bone. The eyes to be in the skull while it's moving. Child of constraint. Well, I did that and it didn't work. Bind an armature with animations to another armature. Blender stack exchange. Another great place to ask questions. If it's just bone names, you may be able to import the armature into Blender at... Nope. How do I parent one armature to another so it works? I like that phrasing. I think when I make a rigged bone structure for 3D mesh, I'm going to see if I can color code the bones for animations so things can be distinguished. That's fair. So definitely consider whether it's worth the time. Normally one wouldn't use separate armatures for a character, just one armature object with several bones. And enter edit mode and create bones. Maybe that is a better way to do it. Hold up. So which bones did I want to? Wing 1, R and L, right? One is that. Ah! Oh god. I guess it's this one? Yes. Ugh. That's icky. Okay. Got it. I have a script somewhere for replacing bones. When did I last use that? I think for the modular character. I know I used it in the clothes file. Not here, I know it's there. Oh. There you are. Oh wait, this is not the right one. This recreates F curves for this says something else. Not what I want. I think it's in this file. It's somewhere in here. Also, I need 2 copies of each of those, don't I? I need one upper, one lower. Actually, I should do this an alternate way. There's a smoother way to do this. Grab all of that. Scripting. Does this create vector groups if they don't exist? Yes. Good. Good, good, good. So I can just put the old name in, put the new name in, and we're good. Alright. Now. This is the up position. You got red hot chili seaweed? Wait, you mean something called red hot chili anything is spicy? I don't understand. I'm very confused. Color me shocked. Ooh, but it doesn't copy the child relationship. Poop! Okay. Hmm. Yeah, without it copying the child relationships, it doesn't actually matter what I do with this copied phone, does it? So this whole strategy doesn't work for what I'm trying to do. Okay, drawing board. How do I do this without reinventing the wheel? Like, I don't want to have to recreate all of the bones and relationships to pull this off. I shouldn't need to do that. Let's go back to this strategy of having an armature copy another armature. That feels like something that should have worked. Can I use these particles and make them pixelate? It's free! I like that. Free is my favorite price. Oh, these are Niagara stuff. There might be a way to do it, but I'd have to create a tool in Unreal for rendering. Like, basically recreate the kind of thing I did for Blender. Yeah, like Niagara is its own system. Think, like you've seen me working with particle emitters in Godot. That's what Niagara is for Unreal. Niagara is Unreal's version of that. Yeah, they do not import into Blender, unfortunately. Yeah, at least I was not able to find a nice way to do that because it's all dynamically generated. With Niagara systems, you provide initial conditions and then it just happens. Like, it's calculated at runtime, essentially. You can pre-process some of it, but it doesn't, like, export to FBX or anything, as far as I was able to find. I mean, I'll ask the question real quick. Unreal Engine, export Niagara, system for Blender. I'm like 99% sure this is just not a thing. Wait. Beginner. Not making portals. Now I'm wondering if there's a way to fully export them to Blender. I tried to do it ways. It seems like the LTF format file was the closest, but unfortunately portals are stationary. Is there a way to nicely export my portals with all the parts moving? Now that I've actually thought about it, it works so much better to export your models from Blender and import FBX files in Unreal and create diorama in 5. Oh, so they did not accomplish it. You can create a sequence, add your Niagara effect there, and then render it to export. Yeah, so you have to create a thing to render it. And that's just not effort that I'm willing to sink into that. At least not for now. Okay. How does this work? How do? How do? Like, what I want to do is copy that and then lock the transforms on a specific phone. Blender. So that is not the same thing as doing a child of constraint. Not the same thing at all. Let's try. Where did he go? Oh, Unity giveaway? Yeah, I can't use Unity stuff. Yep. Anything from the Unity store I'm not able to use. Assuming that's where this links. Oh no, this links to Fab. Very cool. Sure, why not? Oh wait, I didn't want to add to cart that way. Like if it's free, you might as well get the professional version, right? Not sure I care to have this though. Yeah, game systems are not really helpful to me working in Godot. But very, very cool if you're working in Unreal Engine. Cool. I'm good on that one. But thank you. I appreciate it. I will certainly take this just in case I find a use for it at some point. Well, if it's Kenny's stuff, I think almost all of his stuff is free always. There's a link. Yeah, Kenny's stuff, though, I think just sort of stays free forever. Like, once he makes something free, I don't think it ever goes back to being paid. And I want to say all of this guy's assets are free. And they're released under CC0, I believe. So there's no, like, rush to get these things. Kenny's main thing is selling tools. And his tools are awesome. But yeah, if you are looking for just assets to use, and you're not, I don't want to say you don't care, but if either this aesthetic works, these aesthetics work for you, or you're not too concerned about the specific aesthetics you want in your game, you can absolutely make almost any game using just stuff from Kenny. The dude is awesome. Like, here, UI pack. It's not something super fancy. And it looks a little bit, okay, a lot of it mobile gaming. But for a lot of games, that's fine. Especially if that's not where you want to focus your effort. Yep. I noticed 13 pages of assets, and I believe they are all free. Like, I'm pretty sure they're all free. And I want to stress, I believe they are all licensed under CC0, so you can use them completely and totally freely. You have no obligation to give attribution to Kenny, You don't even need to describe where you got it from. You should keep a copy of this for your records, like maybe a copy of this webpage if you download this asset, but you can use it absolutely however you want. You could theoretically, now I don't recommend doing this, but in terms of just legal ability, you can take this and resell it on another site. Like you could just upload these files and sell them as your own, and you have the legal right to do that under CC0. Written permission not required. Support us by crediting or donating. Not mandatory. Yep. So while they appreciate attribution or credit, not required legally. And CC0, and I've said this a million times before, I'll say it a million times after now, CC0 is the best possible license for you to be able to do whatever you want. The only better one is public domain, but in terms of digital assets, you're not going to be finding public domain stuff at least for another, what, 50 years probably. Like, when does Pong enter public domain? Oh, well, that's already in public domain. Okay, so if there's stuff that was released without proper copyright notice, then so if it were following the current stuff, like the earliest digital assets you're going to be able to use in public domain won't pop up until 2067. Like, I think I'll be collecting Social Security by that time, assuming that still exists when I'm that old. Anyway. Yep, so Kenny is awesome, provides all this stuff for free to use. But you're not going to get, like, super high-end graphics out of these assets. They're nice. They're not super high-end, and it's all a pretty consistent aesthetic. There's some variation in here, but yeah. Okay. That's not right. That's definitely wrong. Oh? No. Nope. I want to know where the heck that thing goes when I do that. Wait, hold on. Oh. Yeah, that's not right. The easier way to do this may just be to lock those tracks. Yeah, I think that's going to be an easier route, because this is clearly not working. Okay. Yeah, let's do it that way. All right. That. Down. Wait. I actually don't need a separate armature for this. Before I do this, all that, no flour. Do I get rid of the nubs? Yeah, let's get rid of the nubs. Because the nubs are present in this guy. Yeah. Okay. Now, duplicate you. For a knockout. Or hold out. Knockout. Knockout. Words! Blender terminology is weird to me. Alright. What am I testing? What am I rendering first? That. Okay, 2 different animations. Angles. 1. Minus. Nope, 45-degree angle. Render it up. Okay. And we're gonna call this a short break while we wait. That's already done. So what was this thing that still needs work sent us? Oh my god. Thanks, I hate it. Ew. This is weird. This is gross. I mean, at least the comments are turned off. That's something. But what the heck is going on here? Like, she's what? At most 11? At most? This is super weird. Like, I know Dum Dum is always smiling, but I just want you to know, right now I have a distinct look of disgust on my face. So, like, this person's clearly older. Like, if you're, like, I'd say at youngest, she's what? 13 at youngest? And I don't know that I like the idea of even 13-year-olds pushing makeup products. Like, honestly, I feel like makeup should just... I don't care for makeup, period, on anyone, but... that's because my people died in your makeup testing factories. You put makeup on us hamsters and we died. Those sick animal testing facilities with hamsters. Pro tip, guys, I don't think anyone actually tested putting makeup on hamsters ever. I could be wrong, but hamsters would be a really weird choice. This is gross. Like, and what's worse is, like, I'm really worried about the kinds of people that are watching these videos. Like, still needs work. You said this is targeted towards kids, but I'm really worried that kids are not the ones watching this. Also, what is GRWM? Is that grown women? What is GRWM? Oh, get ready with me. Okay. I was so much more worried. Like, it's still not, like, this is sick. And like, I know there's people who are hearing me say that going, come on, it's just kids playing with makeup. That's not this. When a kid who's like 8 years old plays with makeup, they look awful. And that's part of the fun. And you as the parent, maybe you let your kid who's 8 play with makeup once every few months, and you're cleaning their face off right afterward. Like, you don't leave that makeup on. This is not that. This is not playing with makeup. This is teaching kids to apply makeup as if though they're adults. And that's not appropriate at all. And I know there's people who aren't going to want to hear this, but makeup, regardless of what you personally want to think about it, is culturally a sexual display. That is what makeup is. It is designed in our culture to make you more attractive. What does that mean? You are attempting to attract a mate. That's what makeup is for. You may not like it. I'm just saying the reality of what it is functionally within our culture. And the idea that you're going to have small children attempting to be, quote, more attractive using makeup is wrong. That's insanely wrong. And I feel like an old man having to say this, right? And they do the whole influencer thing with the nail tapping on the... Oh, God. Yeah, pro tip. If you want any man ever to walk within 100 feet of you, don't do the nail tapping thing. There is nothing less attractive that a woman can do than that. Like, nothing. Except maybe yelling at people randomly. Like, maybe that's worse. But, like, I don't care how unattractive you are physically. I don't care if you're going around the world just farting freely everywhere, just to name something, you know, typically considered unattractive. Like, all of that, still more attractive than the whole nail tapping thing. Like, aggressively tapping your nails on your phone screen and camera while talking at people is insanely gross. Like, oh, I mean, hey, if you want men to just stay away from you forever, do it. Absolutely. Because, you know, you are throwing that red flag out there and we see it. Crop dusting the aisles in the shopping center. I will marry the crop duster far before I even talk to the nail tap ladies. And guys, do not even take that in the route that you're thinking. I see you in chat. The people who are not saying anything right now, who are thinking they want to, like the whole fart queen thing. No. Stop. You nasty. Get out of here, you nasty. I'm just saying, the nail tap thing. Ooh. You know, if I'm ever hiring people, I'm gonna have to add that to my checklist. Check the person's social media, and if they've ever done the nail tap thing, they're out. I'm not hiring them. I feel like these girls are losing their childhood. Yes, absolutely. And this is a big part of grooming. And I don't want to get into that on this channel because it's a very heavy topic, and I like to keep things lighter here. But I think it's important to point out that this is wrong. There is a moral problem with doing this. It is putting children into adult situations that, while on the face, and it is specifically designed to, on the face of it, seem cute and harmless. But there is something sacred about innocence and childhood. Like, it is something that protecting that is a moral good, necessarily. But on a positive, this is not your generation, which I think is worse than 6-7. I mean, I agree. This is worse than 6-7. But as far as not being my generation is the parents of these kids, or are the parents of these kids, a lot of the time. Because we're talking, these are what? 10-year-olds. So yeah, these, let's just say on average these are 10-year-olds. So my generation would have been around 25, 26 when they were born. Yeah, about right. So yeah, no, my generation is part of why this is happening, because my generation is allowing this to happen, and it's gross. Like, yeah, no, parents are 100% to blame when this stuff happens. Like, and there were tons of online trends that hit when I was growing up with the internet, and a lot of stuff that was bad for me. However, I was raised to understand what things I am and am not ready for. And I was taught to say, if I'm not ready for something, I don't want that, I'm going to step away. Ooh. I mean, just the fact that looking up Get Ready With Me, the abbreviation, one of the images is a young girl. This is gross. Ugh. 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 Anyway, that's enough of that. We're done. Ugh. What was I doing? Still needs work. Why? Why did you do this? Ah. Right, I'm animating. We were in the middle of a render. Now, I'm glad you brought this up. This is something that needs to be just blasted all over media. You were trying to show me that my generation wasn't that bad, but then did the opposite. So my generation is not the 6-7 kid. 6-7 is, let's see, what are the generations? Like I think that's actually younger than Gen Alpha, right? List of generation name. Oh no, it's Gen Alpha that's doing the 6-7 stuff. Is that, let's see, born in 13, so that's 13-year-olds? Okay, so the 6-7 stuff is partially Gen Z and then also Gen Alpha. At least from what I've observed. And it's dumb, it's weird. But at least it's not actively harming children. Man, like, I knew my generation on average was failures as parents. I didn't realize it was this bad. Like, like another big trend with my generation, and also with Gen Z parents, is they're refusing to read books to their children. Millennial and Gen Z parents not reading to their kids. Yeah. And one of the cited reasons in the studies that were done on this was, it's boring. You shouldn't have had a child then. If you, as a person, think it is boring to read a storybook to your own child, you should never have been a parent. I'm sorry, you failed as a human being. You need to you need to fix yourself as a person. Like, having worked at various stages of my life with children in like education and stuff. Nothing is more engaging and fulfilling than, to me, than reading or teaching a child. There is a magical experience there. And seeing a child experience that joy of like learning something new, or even just rereading a storybook with them that they love, there is something so precious and magical there. And if you as a person don't experience joy out of that, I'm sorry, I think there is something broken in you as a person. And you desperately need to figure out what is wrong. Because there is a whole aspect of the human experience that you can't interact with. And I think that's a massive problem. And the researchers around this are theorizing that it's all down to the fact that these parents never existed in a world prior to mobile devices like phones and tablets. I should say smartphones and tablets. Like, they've always had that. And so there's always been this high level of stimulation for these people. And as a result, they can't find enjoyment in lower stimulation things. And there is a depth of experience in things that are not highly frenetic that I think is hugely valuable to a person. And getting a little metaphysical here, to your soul, for lack of a better term. There is something massively valuable in your development as a person in those experiences. And like, this is a bad problem. Not to mention the downstream effect of, we have a whole generation of kids that aren't being regularly read to. Like, nothing is more important for your educational development than early reading with a parent. Like, that is massive. Sorry, I'm getting off into more of a tangent here, and I don't want to delve too much into this, but some initial research that's been done on this generation of kids is that they are exhibiting an IQ level, I think it was 28 points lower than the previous generation. It was either, the study I saw was either 22 or 28. Either way, like, either of those numbers is an insanely massive shift, assuming the study was conducted properly. And I don't know enough about the field about the study of IQ to know if the study was done well enough. Like, there's probably much smarter people out there you can look to for answers on this. But, and their sample size was several hundred, so it's at least a flag that people need to worry about this. Because if this is true of the entire generation, we are headed for some scary times. Now we're doing heavy topics today. I'm sorry, guys. I know we like whimsy on this channel, but I think this is important. Let me see. Things people with certain behaviors affected at certain IQ levels. And so, to get some basics here, 100 is considered the average IQ. That is how the scale of IQ is defined. Which also means that if an entire generation's IQ is shifting downward, that means the average intelligence of humanity is going to shift. And so the definition of 100 IQ is going to change. I'd really like to find documentation that's just like within 90 to 100 what behavior you should expect. Like there's tons of articles about traits of highly intelligent people, but I think more important is seeing the low intelligence stuff, because if we're seeing a IQ decrease over time, that's getting scary, because I think it's down around like 70 IQ points. You start approaching inability to follow written instruction, which is like, if you can't follow if the average person in a generation can't even follow a recipe in a cookbook, guys, apparently I'm not going to find this. Common traits in IQ ranges. Well, I'm on YouTube, so I can't say some of these words. Oh dear. Am I even allowed to show those words on stream? Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna get banned! Who is this person, and are they reputable at all? Uh-oh. This is a list of IQ ranges, with for each description of typical functioning. For teachers, the IQs are expressed on a scale with a general population mean of 100, standard deviation of 15. They refer to scores on adult tests only by adult norms. The exact cutoff for ranges are arbitrary. One should realize that functioning may depend on more than IQ. Obviously. Obvious caveats. I would really love if you cited some sources, so I could feel like this is... IQ ranges in... Yeah, this is just this dude's personal website, so I'm not gonna... Information in this article is based on a combination of sources, such as various publicly available description forms of IQ, various specifics, and popular books about intelligence. Yeah, this isn't... Yeah, I'm not gonna cite this as a academic source without proper citation. Why not list the sources? That's a good question. Could just be down to laziness. Blind. Psychosocial rehabilitation specialist. Psychology are you gonna cite sources? No. Scores are increasing? Well, not according to modern studies. When was this written? Oh, this was just written. Interesting. I'm pretty sure this is accurate. So 70 to 84, which is the range where no sources though. So this is consistent with study I've done on IQ in the past. So I'm gonna vouch for these categories broadly, but obviously there's huge variance within these categories. So at a 22 to 28 point reduction, this means that if these studies are representative of the generation, then we have an entire generation, potentially, big caveats, right? Grain of salt here, because obviously more study needs to be done. There is a red flag right now that potentially we will have an entire generation of borderline mental disabilities. That's worrying. That's deeply troubling. And this is the first time, as far as I'm aware, this has ever happened. Like, other than societal resets, like big revolutions, catastrophic events in nature, like wiping out of society type stuff, I don't know that we've ever seen a decrease in IQ in history. Like, obviously, IQ testing as a mechanism for testing things hasn't been around forever. But based on the study of old civilizations, it does appear, generally so, that average IQ has increased consistently as societies progress. This would be the first time where we haven't seen a sort of cataclysmic event for a society where IQ decreases. Is this genetic or is this because of lack of education? So my understanding, as limited as it is, I am not a scholar on this. So I believe it is true that it's something like 90%. I don't remember the exact number. Something like 90% of IQ is genetic. Like, you inherit it from your parents. I believe it's around 10% is malleable within the first 4 years of development. And my understanding is after the first 4 years, your IQ is locked in. Like, you're done. Whatever your parents did or did not do during those first 4 years is all you're going to get. So this whole thing where these parents are not engaging with their kids at those young ages and furthering their education within the first 4 years of development, that is very, very likely to be at least related to what's happening. Because 10% reduction across the board, well, that's accounting for, let's call it, half of the statistical deviation that was seen with the study that I'm citing. Now, it may come out that this study was garbage, right? And if that happens, I apologize. I'll try to keep abreast of the topic so I can update you guys if that does happen. But at the very least, this is something that I think as a society we need to be aware of and be paying very close attention to. Because, like, the story of Idiocracy, as over the top and silly as it may seem, this is the kind of thing that leads to that being a reality. Because if we have cultural and societal, let's call them pressures. Pressures is a weird word to use for this, but let's call them pressures for now. Or mechanisms that result in a decrease in IQ. If those mechanisms aren't changed, I would project that the generation that follows this one, like when these kids who are having these developmental problems at this young an age, when they start having kids, it will likely be a compounding effect on their kids. I wonder how these kinds of things work for children that have scattered skills, like you might see with children with autism. So some of these kids could be very smart in one area, but really weak in another. I mean, being skilled in one area and weak in another, like that's part of human variance. IQ, though, is a measure of your ability to take in and process knowledge or information. IQ is very broadly applicable. And this is something that modern day psychologists don't like to acknowledge a lot of the time. Especially the more political psychologists don't like to acknowledge this. IQ is, it's some pretty grim reading, because it basically says, and like the research on IQ is probably the most thorough and scientifically sound research that's been done in all of psychology. And the grim reality that was discovered in IQ testing is pretty much once you hit age 4 to 5, your maximum success in life has been set. Because, for obvious reasons, more highly intelligent people, on average, are going to be more successful. And so, whatever your IQ solidifies at that young an age is going to a very large extent, define the progress of your life. Now, obviously, there's going to be environmental factors, there's luck in the universe, but that is one of the biggest factors in determining outcomes for children. What I mean is that a child could be smart, not do well at taking written tests, or not be interested in questions, bother to answer them, or try to answer them. So, I believe you have a misconception about how IQ testing is conducted. IQ testing is not something where you go in and you take a test and then you get a number. IQ testing is where you regularly take a child to a facility where a group of researchers analyze your child's behavior, have conversations with them, break down their behaviors and how they interact with the world, how they parse information, look at how they play with different types of toys when we're talking really young age. And the testing is conducted over several years. I believe the shortest term for IQ testing I'd ever heard of was about 3 years. So like, you're taking that kid every month or every other month to be tested for 3+ years. And that is when you can determine what that person's IQ is with a degree of accuracy. Like this whole thing you see online where, take this quiz to find out what your IQ is. No, that's not IQ testing. I think there's some doctors that are only giving one test and make a determination there. If you ever meet a doctor that administers one test and says that is your IQ, they're a quack. Absolutely a quack. Get out of there. Okay. That is way heavier of a topic than I had planned. I think it's a valuable one. But okay. B. Let's talk B. So there is a lazy way I can I think some doctors have not built rapport with the child to get the answers of authentic behavior. So a skilled psychologist should be able to get to those answers without necessarily having rapport with the child. Like, I would encourage you, if you're curious about this, to really look into how proper IQ testing is conducted, because it is so far removed from what most people picture. I think there's some type of percentage of error with any statistic. This is why I point out that IQ is probably the most scientifically rigorous thing that the field of psychology has ever done. It's kind of crazy how solid the research around IQ is. And most people are really unhappy about the results. Because, like, we as humans, we don't like the idea that someone can test us and then find out with, like, a 99% accuracy how competent we are, or how intelligent we are as a person. But the research kind of shows that we can be quantified in terms of intelligence. Sorry if you don't like that info, but it's, at least off of all the reading I've done, that does seem to be the reality. And obviously, guys, with anything I say on here, if you have other better information, please send it my way. I am always happy to be proven wrong on literally anything I say. Because if you can prove me wrong on anything, that's great, because then I can start being right. Okay. How am I gonna do this? This is not going to work. Apply.data.action. Okay. For act in data.data.action. Wonder what my IQ is? I would say for most people, knowing your IQ is probably not important or worth having. The real reason to understand IQ is for development and education. Because it's not like you take the test and it's like, well, let me prescribe this medicine to fix your IQ. That's not a thing. So knowing your IQ can be used for things like knowing how to best educate someone. Like what style education is going to work for that individual. What types of education should you pursue with this child or person? Military pilots have to take an IQ test? Yes. Within, I believe it's all branches of the military, if you have an IQ below, I believe it's 85, you are not allowed to join the military. Like any of the armed forces. U.S. military IQ, I believe it's 85. Requires minimum score on ASVAB. Yeah. So it's a test that is designed to exclude people below 85. It's ASVAB not... So, while true, this was put in place specifically to try and rule out people with IQs below 85. I've done reading on that in the past. And, like, obviously, the military is not going to invest the time and money to do proper IQ testing, so an alternative test was concocted. And, like, people below 85 may be able to pass that test. Like, obviously, because there's variance within categories. But it's pretty safe to say if your IQ is below 80, you're probably not passing that test to get into the military. And think about what that means for the stat that I cited earlier, where this children study IQ Uh, 22 points. I think that's... Yes. And this is looking at the effects of the They were specifically trying to study the effects of COVID lockdowns and what, like, the effects of the lockdown on a mother's health and how that impacted babies. Okay, so it was 22, not 28, but either way, that means, and that's why it said 8, because 100 minus 22 is 78. Okay, so they calculated an average IQ of 78 among these infants and young children. And that would mean that the average person in this generation will not be able to meet the qualifications to get into the military. And like for the longest time in the US, the ultimate failsafe is if you fail at everything else in life, at least you can go be a soldier. At the very least, you can go be a soldier for the majority of people. High stress situations can negatively affect learning. Yeah, there's some bad effect going on with this generation of kids. And as a society, I think this is something that should be more talked about and more aggressively investigated. Can I get this information just by going? No. Garbage. So it could be possible that if the stress is relieved somewhat, then maybe the improvement in learning would happen. The research into IQ would not suggest that's possible. Like once you hit that age, like I said, your IQ is set. It doesn't matter what environmental factors occur after, age 4-ish. IQ won't change after that point, as far as all the research that's been done. And researchers have been desperately looking for a way to improve IQ after that age. Like, absolutely desperate to find a way to do that, because that's the holy grail, right? If we can figure out a way to bolster or improve your inherent IQ after age 4, that's the holy grail of human advancement, because then you can just continually grow in intelligence, both individually and as a society. Things went kind of back to normal. The numbers changed. I'm sure numbers did change afterward. But what do you do with that group of children? Like, as a society, what do you do? Like, we failed. As a society, we failed half a generation, maybe a whole generation. And based on the effect on infants at the time, maybe up to 2 generations have been impacted by this. It's a big, big problem. But that's enough heavy stuff. The point is that if the reading isn't accurate because of the high stress situation, So these mothers and children were tested after lockdowns had ended. They were not being tested during lockdowns. So if you're wondering if like the lockdowns caused inaccurate testing, no, this testing was done after the fact. The point is these are the after effects of several years afterward. Yeah, so these kids were tested within the past 2 years. Yeah. No. It's... Wait. Oh, maybe this was during lockdowns. Hold on. What? Hold on. Was I lied to? I might have been lied to. The internet may have lied to me. Hold on. There was something recent that was published about this. Hold on. Show me... Can you link me to the paper? Pretty please. Now that I've said something inaccurate, I'm going to have to spend extra time here to fix what I've said. Can I get a source, please? Good God. Why are websites and articles awful? Okay, study on children born during pandemic, IQ, and I will limit to just the past year, let's say. And I do want specifically results with IQ. Let's find more modern information. Well, according to NIH, or this summary from NIH, recent study demonstrated that... Okay, see the study. Is there a source to 2021 study? That's what I'm finding out right now. That's specifically what I wanted to look for. Author date. So this is from back in 2022, which means it's probably the 2021 study. Yeah, so that's this looks like it's probably just a literature review. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this is a lit review. Analyze medical records of children. Hold on. When was this published? This is from this past December. And so were they doing actual research themselves here, or is it just reviewing existing studies? Actually analyzed medical records of children ages 6 years or younger who were assessed for language disorders in that period. Oh, so this is reviewing children that were assessed as having disorders from this time period. Okay. When was the actual work done? So this included children ages 3 to 6. So if they were born during the pandemic, then that means this would have had to have been modern testing. Not too worried about demographic breakdown right now. But this would also mean that they have included children born after the pandemic lockdowns ended. Discussion. Let's just skip to conclusions because I don't want to spend a massive amount of time on this. Prolonged exposure during pandemic phase showed a significant association with receptive or expressive language delays among children under preschool age. Children were especially vulnerable, emphasizing the need for careful observation and timely intervention in children's critical development stages. Research effective designs, multi-center studies with larger and more representative samples and more comprehensive data collection. Okay, so this is a preliminary study to say, hey, are there still lingering effects? And they at least have basic evidence that there is some sort of lingering effect. There should be an improvement for those after the COVID lockdowns. Maybe. This is something that humans have never done, right? We've never locked down the world before COVID. So knowing what the effects are going to be on people from that, until we study it, we don't know if it can be fixed. And then there's those born after lockdowns. I agree. And it's worth noting, there's a lot of different factors here. So, like, the fact that COVID and lockdowns had an impact on these children is totally separate from the question of Gen Z parent and millennial parents not reading to their children. And obviously we know reading to your children will boost IQ at those young years. So, like, there's multiple factors at play. And there's massive need to study this more. So, if you feel so inclined, and I think most people should feel inclined, go talk to your representatives about this. Go talk to, federal level. Even consider talking to state level. Say, hey, I'm concerned about what I'm hearing about developmental problems in the generation that's being born in the past few years. Please look at funding research to figure out what's going on. Like, that is something every single one of us can do, is go talk to your representatives about allocating more funding for studies like this. Because the only way you're going to, or we're going to be able to fix any problems around this is by understanding the problem first. Well, even if they read the parents wearing masks during COVID while reading, possibly causing negative effects. So if people were masking up in their own home, never mind, I'm not talking about this. This topic has already gone, we've branched off too much into politics already, and I don't want this channel to be political. Sorry. And I know I just, I just cut off your train of thought, and like this is getting. I've been skirting politics and talking about IQ and like getting more research on this, but if I go any further, we're like into hardline politics. You weren't trying to do politics. I got you. I know where you and I were taking this conversation. I just know that there's no way anything I say after this point won't be construed as being a political stance. And something to keep in mind about anything I say on topics like this, I do a lot of work to take my personal feelings out of scientific and societal analysis. I really do. Obviously, when I was talking about the whole Saphora thing, that is my personal views, obviously. But the stuff related to children's development, I have done a lot of work to remove my personal feelings from that as much as I can and just talk about the facts of the situation. And I try to do that with most things, because knowing how I personally feel about something is not going to help you guys. Like, you're going to have your own personal thoughts about all kinds of things. The best I can hope to do that's going to be more universally helpful is just provide information. Am I going to do that perfectly with every topic? Obviously not. Obviously not. But I do my best. Let's animate this stupid bee. Okay. Okay, what is down here? How do I disable an F curve? Clear data fine for each. BPY disable F curve. Don't want to remove keyframes. Modifier, access to F curves. How to copy drivers. Well, that's not helpful. Driver add F curves for proposed part. Hold on. So I can stop stressing my eyes, let's just zoom in. And so you guys can see what the heck I'm looking at. That's not helpful. first, let me remember how to get this. That's not helpful. I think there's something like path, data path. Is that actually it? Data path. There we go. Now, I also need to look at okay, so as long as I am careful here, I should be able to disable those tracks just fine. Like, or I should be able to pinpoint the tracks I want just fine. Okay. Evaluate, extrapolate, it. Hide. So first off, I get the data path of this one. Ooh. Nope. Okay, C aerial. Finger nub. The hide is not the thing. The heck does mute do? I may have found it. Excellent. Found it. All right. Now I just need to remember which one I want to disable. That was BIP R Wing 1, right? Okay. Hold on. Why is that still? That's weird. Why is that happening? Uh-oh. I'm not worried. Well, that's not this animation anyway. Animation is... I think idle 1? Or no, idle 2. Nope. Nope. How strange. What? Someone run that by me again, please. What? Okay, so walk is where it's... Oh, got it. There we are. Where'd the wing go? What? Oh, it's this stupid thing again. Hold up. I'll just do it the way I know to do it. Hold on. Huh? Hold up. Oh, right, it's modifier, not constraint. My bad. Hold up. Wait, it still messed it up. Why? Okay, how do I clear the parent? Object. Parent. Uh-oh. That's not right. I can never see anything first time in this menu. Parent, clear, and keep. Let me try doing it just this way. Will this let me do what I want to do? Yes. Excellent. Okay, wings are now moving. Good. One R wing. Where is upper? Am I even getting close? Actually, let's just do it this way. 3, 6, 7, 10. That should be 280. Yes. Down to our wing. Okay. Now, can I look up those F curves? Probably not, right? How do I want to determine which one it is? Because the way I want this script to work is to just toggle all of them to one or the other. So I need to get an initial value somehow. Enabled equals something. So I can use this to grab the value. Equal to not that for every action. And for F curve in act.F curve, if for FC name in FC names, if FC name not in FC.data path, so let's just do positive. If it is in the data path, then okay. Before I run this, let's save. Otherwise, tragic things could happen. Oh, I wrote this backwards. The wings are now still. Hooray! Run it again, and they're moving. Awesome. Okay. And I already rendered the body. Didn't I? It's difficult. What's difficult? It's working. Doing exactly what I want now. Okay, so I'll set that position. Run this. And now it's locked in the up position. Excellent. Okay. Let's render wings. This is the first step, though. This is like the main work for this. I don't want the body. I want the knockout. Then there's the making the sheet. Yeah. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, should be more worried about that. Anyway. Is there an easier way to do this? Oh! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't need any of this, do I? Yeah, I don't need any of that. I can just render this twice, one with the wings up, one with the wings down, have both sprites on screen, and just every frame switch which one is visible. That's all I have to do. Because the body is going to render in the same spot every time anyway, so we're good. That's so much easier. Man, I wish I'd thought of this, you know, an hour and a half ago. All right. Where Where's our buddy? Oh, let's try this terrible mission. Guys, I don't know how to do this mission. This mission feels bad, man. It feels real bad. So I guess I did have to go through all those steps to realize that the easier thing to do is just have a script that uses those tracks. Uh-oh. I think there's enough distance. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Move faster. No! No, let me go. Let me go. No, 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 don't come up here. Don't come up here. Why are you coming up here? All the garbage. Okay, let's go back down here and get a new light. But now they're gonna follow me to this sphere, aren't they? Son of a gun. Ah! All right. Now... turn that on. Now I want the wings down position. Run it again. Render it up. Luckily for what I'm doing right now, one run is more than enough for completing a render. So, if vampirism isn't enough to tank for me, what am I gonna do? Oh god, that frame rate. PC does not like doing Godot, render, and game at the same time. Which, you know, makes sense. I think the render just finished. Because my frame rate, like, tripled. At least. You know. Thank you, buddy. Oh, this run is dead. But there is nothing I can do about it. Oh, maybe. Move. Oh. Get up there before the spirit dies. Pretty please. Hey! Okay. How are things looking up here? Both sides look pretty good. Both sides look very good, to be honest. Okay, we're going this way. The Warlock, Cleric. Going up the center is maybe doable. Oh god. Nope. 20 hours, let's go. Oh, you mean the 20-hour timer? No, hopefully not. Assets. Cool. This folder may be one of my best decisions. As simple and dumb as it is. Just a place to put stuff that I know I'm gonna have to delete everything in here before I shit my game. It's so handy. You see. Oh, wait, I'm gonna have to... Don't save this. Let me use one of my test scenes. And garbage testing. Oh. Where's a good one for testing? Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna make a new scene for this. Scene. Scratch. Color. You may be asking yourself, what is the purpose of Scratch? Scratch is a concept that I learned about ages ago with scripting languages that are commonly used as a scratch pad. It is a main file that you can execute from that you can just sort of test stuff in. It's a sandbox. So what I'll do is I'll actually commit this at some point, but it's just going to be this file and this file, and they're going to be empty. That way, anytime I need to test something quick, that's just like a dummy throwaway test, just put it here, and then delete it afterward. Okay, sprite 2D. Right. Go ahead and add a camera here. So we know it's centered. In sprite. Why are those bees not in the same spot? I don't like that. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Oh, yes it does. Yes it does. Hold on. I know exactly why that happened. I'm not right. Oh, I put in the wrong number, that's why. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. Mission H frames 8 frames 2. Here. And let's just zoom that camera in even more. Let's get a real good look at this bee. Oh, yeah. Now. Add animation player. That's not an animation player. Main. Oh, wait. 0.125. 2 seconds. Yep, that's right. Reset. This one. Up. Boop. Good. Loop it. Script. Fun. Ready. Play main. Then process. Hold on. Oop. Yes. Visible. False. And then every single frame, invert this. And make sure this is always the opposite. Will my theory work? Let's see how the bee looks. Please look good. Please, 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 please look good. Let's go. Hey! That is moving too fast, I think. I think that might be too much. But it does look like the wings are flapping. So that's something. Yeah, but I think that might be too fast. Bar flip. Rules false. If flip. And do that. Then flip equal not flip. So this will make it go every other frame. That's still really fast. So fast. If flip is equal to 0, right, incrementing is not a thing. Okay, so this should have it going 0, 1, 0. 0, 1, 2. Let's actually slow it down even more. This should have 4 frames for each block. Yeah, and the thing I'm saying about it being fast is not about the rate at which it's bobbing. I didn't like how fast the wings were flapping back and forth. Like, it looked more glitchy than animation. That looks more right to me. So it's still not quite there. Hold on. What if I slow it way down? This should have it only swapping every... half second, assuming I'm running at 60 FPS. Like, let me test if this is even working the way I think it. That is absolutely not working the way I think it is. How strange. Is this, let's just like go absurd, is this having any impact at all? Because maybe I just don't know how process works. That's possible. Yeah, I don't think that's going at the pace I think it is. Let's do this a different way. Another animation player. Do animation. All that name, that's fine. And for these, I will. Excuse me. Hey chat, what do you think? think that works. Out of curiosity, how do I feel about it if I slow it down some? Honestly, I don't hate that either. I feel slightly more cartoonish flapping of wings. Now, I want to try a different way of doing it. So instead of using ability like that, what if I do a modulate? And what if I do something like, first off, third. I want to do something like there. Here, I'll do 55. These need to be just... kind of works. I think for that effect, it should be faster though. Okay, what are your thoughts now? What does chat think of the bee? Like a bee? But how'd the wings look? Try also this. Less like a rabbit? Oh, good! That's not doing what I want. Yeah, that's not working how I want. I might need 3 layers for this. Because I think what I want is actually something more like that's how I want the wings to look. Hard to see the wings again? They should be hard to see. I think let's do like this is the one that was just the body, right? Yes, let's bring that over. I think that's good. And let's add this. Hold on. Part of the positioning is wrong. There we go. I think it's perfect. I am super happy with that result. What you think, chat? Have I lost my mind? Oh wait, that won't animate right. Because I haven't played both animations. Yeah, man. Yeah. Nope. That's kind of neat how well that worked. That's cool. And this is actually a situation where I can play the animation on one player from the other and it will work as I want it to. That's kind of cool. Furthermore, what I can do is have an end animation for this. Call that from the death animation on the main player and have the modulate set up so that the wings stop the moment the character the bee dies. And so it just falls over without the wings moving, which I think would be effective. Or I could have them stop at a specific time into the death animation. Might be better. Like the wings continuing to flap a little bit while the character tumbles backwards. You'd have it that when the bee dies, other bees come to the area. Okay, but when does that stop? So you kill a bee, and then 2 bees come to take its place. You kill those, and then now you have 4. You kill those, now you have 8. When does that stop? I don't know. Never! Oh, let's do a run real quick. We're gonna do one of the quick runs that is doomed to fail. Because as far as I can tell, it is pure luck having this work out. It's also weird that this thing doesn't seem to trigger its effects if you drop your health while it's active. Like, it has to become active while your health is low, which just seems weird to me. Uh-oh. Pretty sure this is a doomed run. Maybe I can save it by doing this. For light. Cool. Oh, that spirit's dead. That's not. Can I... Oh. Let's do one more real quick. And even if this one we lose quick, we're still getting back to work. Since the next step is renders. So we're gonna have plenty of time to do runs once renders start. I'm gonna try placing this or turning this on before charging through there, just in case it has any sort of impact. Come on. Give me that light. Yeah, no, that doesn't help with health degen. Alright. First off, let's clear out all these PNGs. They are all garbage now. Oops. P3. Yeah, if I can get the spawn animation and the other animations working the way I want them to, I'll be happy. I will be quite happy if that's the case. Spawn animation is going to be the most complex, though. So I need body. Eight angles, and I believe we had 5 actions, right? Yep. Start. Just double check. $40. Yes. Looks good to me. Just realized this bee is lacking antenna. Luckily, they would be too small to really render properly, but because the flower was there, I guess that's what replaces the antenna for this bee. Oh well, good enough though. I kept looking at this like my brain kept saying, something's missing. Something's definitely missing. What is it? Okay. Make sure. Good to me. Oh, right. almost messed up the whole thing. And we'll check it every 5 minutes. Game, just give me a perfect run. That's all I want. Perfect run. And actually, since we're doing renders, let's also close Godot for now. Someday it'll close. There we go. Desk charge is not useful, so I should probably swap that for dash. Since saving time on the run-up is probably more... Come on. Thank you. Yep, do not love that positioning. Whoa, those guys are way too close. No, no, no. Give me the light now. Please give me the light now. And run. And I'm going the correct way this time. Nice. Okay, we've got a sorcerer right there. Don't love that. But I have a maybe gap right here to get past these. And there's no... Dude, this is potentially the run. Dude. They will de-aggro. They're not de-aggroing. No! That was by far the best one. Dude, what am I supposed to do? Okay, so first thing. First thing. So I'm bringing Dark Escape already. Gotta step away from target. That's important. So that I can use to heal up while moving away from the guy. And it will force me to drop the light. So I don't even have to worry about finding the button for the light. Let's actually put that... Shadow of Haste does not seem super duper relevant. I don't need that. This can go here. Okay, so 2 gets me away from an enemy, assuming I target an enemy. 1 teleports me to a spirit, so I can use it to gain some distance by teleporting directly to the spirit of... That could work. And it's time to check render. Still going. 5 more minutes. Alright. Ideas are happening. That's the important part. Ideas are happening. Okay. And with this build, it means I am better off having as much point and so many points in shadow arts as possible. Okay. Now, are there any skills I can get that give me block chance from Assassin? Because if there is a block chance that's not conditional like that one, this could help a lot. That's not what I want. Block. Warrior, Monk, Ranger, Mesmer, Elementalist, Assassin. For a certain amount of time. Have block, critical defenses, refreshes every time you land a critical hit. That's never happening. Flashing Blades. For a duration, you have 75% chance to block incoming attacks while attacking, which I'm never doing during this. Okay. Ooh. Weapon of warding. But the duration on that is so short, I don't think it's worthwhile. Every 5 seconds I can recast it. I'm gonna have at most like 8 seconds. I mean, I guess it's better than nothing. Clear luck right there. Dash. There. I need those two. I think Shadow of Haste is a waste of time. I don't think that's doing anything useful for me. Where was Weapon of... Am I doing anything with Channel? No. All those points. It's a shame, because that's one of my superior runes, I believe. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's my main attribute. Shadow Arts and Rest of... Not using Communing either. Do I need Spawning Power? I mean, I don't have anywhere else I would put it, so I guess Spawning Power is fine. And I'm bringing this just to aggro enemies, it's not actually for attacking. Man, I wish I had something like a better speed boost than that. I feel like there are better ones out there. Anywho, give it a try. I don't... I wonder how these interact. Like, do these stack at all? And I need to also look up, how does Shroud of Darkness... or Shroud of Distress. Having less than 50% health, the block chance applies immediately while the health generation is delayed. Kill or swapping from a vampiric weapon on the vampiric one will provide you proper health return immediately. What? Having less than 50% health block applies immediately. Oh, so it does work the way I thought it did. It's just I got a false impression because the health region is delayed. Well, apparently we've got more time, so at least 15 minutes per render. Or at least 10. Hello, sir. It might actually be time to end stream because like if that's gonna take 15 minutes a pop, I guess we'll wait till this one finishes. But if we hit the 20-minute mark, it's time to end stream, and I'll just do the renders off stream. Because I don't want to just sit on stream for an hour playing this and not getting any work done. Okay. That wording. Oop. That speed boost is much more effective for that spot. I'm out of range. That light faster, please. Oh, they weren't actually coming up here. Interesting. Right side looks good, but which way? I don't see the waves. Oh, they're going that way. Oop! That is not excellent. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Hold on. Come on, light. There we go. No. Come on. Go. Chat. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I did not realize mistakes have been made. No! Okay. That render's done. Good. Okay, so it's about 15 minutes. Good. And I don't know how long. Oh, right, I still need to do this week's Twitter post, don't I? Because it's Tuesday. I may have forgotten that it's Tuesday. At the very least, I can show off the animation for the, like, the test animation for the bee. Because it looks pretty cool. Okay, I certainly got here fast. Ew, but that Marganite is very, very close. Don't love that. Just to show off how this is supposed to work. That. Not as much distance as I would have liked, but what you gonna do? Whew, that is a tight squeeze. I can't get through there. Two sorcerers. Sorcerer over there. That's not work. Oh yeah, I'm all kinds of dead now. So I need... So for this to work, I need the wave that comes to be coming from the left side. Because that left side is just too ugly. There's... The positioning is off for being able to sneak past them. Whereas the right side, the group that's like off to the right, if I can get past them, when they de-aggro, they leash to one spot, making it very easy to go back and forth. Pretty close. Don't like it. Actually, those are so close that this is a dead run. Ooh, wait. One option. Move quickly. I did not move quickly enough. I have lots of defense. And with where that guy's positioned, there's nothing I can do. I can try to get this guy to aggro. Hey, hey, hey. Something useful is happening. Something very useful is happening. Okay. Do they have a sorcerer? They do not. Okay. I have a slight chance here. Gun. No! Come on, this was perfect! Oh, man. My heart is absolutely pounding. This is... Woo! This is an interesting mission now. Now that I'm like understanding better how to get past these things. I have an idea about how to make that work better. Oh dear. This is gonna go poorly. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, with the positions the way they were, there was no winning that one. Here, my frame rate was so high, I was like, well, render is clearly done now. Render is not clearly done. Hello. What? Look at this positioning. This is garbage. No! I thought I could get past. Oh, I did. No, 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 garbage! Absolute garbage! Garbage! Were things even remotely in a position to win this? Holy cow. Literally everything is set up exactly the way I needed it. Oh. Oh, that's messed up. Which way was the wave gonna come? That's the other factor. And the wave was coming left. It's literally a perfect setup up here. That's infuriating. You're terrible with directions? What do you mean? You mean you're bad at following directions? Or are you bad at finding your way? Oh, you get lost easy. Fair enough. Well, if you ever want to practice that, there is a way. Go out driving to your nearest city without a map and without a GPS. Now, have a map in the car. And then go to a random location where you don't know where you are, pull out the map, and find your way home. No phone, no GPS, none of that. You will get better at not getting lost. I assure you. Well, I have the best possible setup below the stairs this time. That's cool. Like, this is a perfect setup. Because I don't even have to distract those guys. I can just walk past. Amazing! Okay, this setup is fine for going to the right side. Don't love how close they're trying to get here, but... maybe not perfect, but pretty close. Okay. Those guys, I think, are far enough away that I can do this. No, they're coming this way, son of a gun. Yeah, it's over. Yep. I don't even care. Take me back to the outpost. Render's done anyway. All right. Next. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, timer going. Dude, I can confirm I'm getting better at this mission. I'm definitely getting better. And when I succeed, this is gonna be one of the fastest clears on this mission. Just because if I'm not fast, I die. By the way, with the suggestion to go get lost and find your way using a map, make sure that you check ahead in the general area you're going to do this in, that it's a safe place. Or at least relatively so. It's a great way to learn to navigate. But always stay safe, people. Always. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this the bad way. Oh, I used the wrong ability. Well, that's not gonna work. But somehow I survived. Do not ask, chat. Do not ask. I do not understand. Oh, there comes that wave. Ooh. I'm gonna risk it on this side. Okay, where's the sorcerer? Ooh, it's not great for me where those are all positioned. I have an idea, but I don't know. Nothing to it but to try, I guess. Please, please. I don't even know what hit me that time. And my plan for up here did not work out. That's unfortunate. Out of curiosity, what was over here? I might have been able to pull off a path on that side. Maybe. But notice these guys are like just now chilling in the center path. I don't know what to do about that. Alright, give me a second, guys. I need to BRB. Hello, chat. How's it going? Render still going. My timer. Plenty of time. So I just thought of maybe an amazing game for someone to make. I don't know that I'm the one to make it, but a puzzle game where every puzzle, the solution is you have to figure out what the dad joke is. So you're given like an assortment of objects, and you have to piece together a dad joke out of the object somehow. Wholesome game? I think so. I think that could be hilarious. I'd have to really piece together what the structure of the jokes would be and how they would be represented physically. But I think there's something there. So, and maybe it would be something like, hold on, let me look up a thing real quick. Look it up on my phone so you guys can't see what I'm doing. But I want to give you an example. Okay, so my idea for like one would be what am I trying to do? Yeah. And so, like, there'd be a description. Oh, I probably need to change the font color, huh? Is that not working? Famous lines. Hamlet, right? And then the level would be something like this. Oop. Right? And I also need... I can just use that. Why am I not screenshotting? Oh, it's screenshotting that way. Okay. Okay, and the setup would be something like this. Okay. Oop. Okay, so, chat, what do you think the answer is? Famous lines from Hamlet. Be or not be? No, that's not the line. Also, even if you know the line, how do you solve the puzzle? Saw bees everywhere? Okay. But how do you solve this puzzle? Like, what is the pun dad joke thing? Like, what do I do here to solve this puzzle? Should I tell you, chat? Put a bee in each and then cross mark over one? Nope, that's not it. Here, I'll just tell you. Take any two of the bees and place them in the left box. So you have now written to be or not to be. That is all. Is it good? No, but that's the point. Actually, what you could also do is just have a collection of different critters all throughout. And there happen to be like 4 bees in the mix and like some giraffes or whatever. And then on the right side, you have to put 2 things, but the 2 things placed in there cannot be bees. Like you put 2 dogs in here. So it's 2 bee and not 2 bees. Actually, that would be 2 not bee. This one doesn't actually work because there's multiple solutions that would make sense. You could do it with letters also. Yeah. Yeah, but that to me is a bit too... It's not abstract enough to be, for me to consider it a puzzle. Know what I mean? All right. And then you'd have to have, like, when the player gets something right, you have to have just terrible lines that are related to the puzzle. So, like, so after you solve that one, which, like I said, this one has problems, but let's say it was in the game. You then have a screen that's like, wow, you're really the bee's knees. Just make it over the top, cheesy garbage. But can you solve this next one? Anyway. Yeah, the big problem with this one, though, is, in theory, this also means to be or not to be, right? So that doesn't actually work. You could also do some dumb stuff like every so many levels you have like a little I don't know, pop out or like effect that shows up that says dad level increased. Ooh, here would be just a really dumb, like, I don't even know if you could call it a game. But having like a chat bot that only responds in dad jokes. I'm not even sure how you do it. But it would be really funny to me. Like Bumblebee that only... Yes, only responds to radio broadcasts. So things like... I don't know, like when he asks how you're doing, you respond, I'm good. The only thing he's allowed to respond with is, hi good, I'm Dadbot. Just really dumb jokes. I don't know why I'm thinking about this today, but I am. Like, even if it doesn't make sense in the context of the conversation you're having. I'm back. Hi, back! People do that in your chat? Oh, heavens. So you've cultivated the worst community ever. Got it. That's not what I want. Not what I want. Can I misuse and abuse Sync Shadow? Maybe. I should probably rename this thing, huh? Yeah, I should rename this guy. And I should rename this stuff too. I think my community is pretty good. I don't know if they're making dad jokes like that. I don't know. Could be wrong, but I don't know. There's this one chatter I need to be careful of so far. Last time he tried to have me say things in Japanese that were inappropriate. I didn't realize it until one of the Japanese guys told him to go away. On the plus side, on Twitch and YouTube, no one's gonna know and you're probably not gonna get banned for it. Probably. I was supposed to separate the shadow from this, wasn't I? It works. I'm not worried about it. I like your phrasing there. Oh, I said the word. The word. The mother of all words. What? You got modded? I don't know what that means. I'm a sweet summer child who doesn't understand these things. Explain. Oh, your message has not been sent. Oh. Well, I don't have a great way of seeing that right this second. Hold on. Huh. I don't even see it on my mod view. That's weird. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of a non-offensive word to make a joke out of right now, but absolutely nothing is coming to mind. All right, let's do something. Uh, oh, that V word. I completely forgot that we call that the V word. I completely forgot. I don't know what I was thinking. Like, because I haven't seen that in so long because of course it's all filtered out now via the chat filters. So like I don't even see it anymore. But so I haven't thought about it in like 3 months. That's funny. Really funny. This I want to change it to say make shadow sprite. Be not. I just need to invert the condition. Should I be putting an else here? Now, everything that has a sync right. Like this one. I don't love that that name hasn't updated. I really don't love that that name hasn't updated. mean, it's correct now, but I don't like it. Oh, right, I need to go to the parent. That up. Base. Well, I guess I'm not going to get that to change. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Actually, let's go through. This. Whatever. It's fine. Oh wait, that's correct. That's absolutely. Okay, blast. Melee and projectile. Oh. Oh. I think shadow at this spot. Not make that shadow. I think. Do. Don't remember what to do for this one. Chat, help. I think I do make it a shadow straight. I don't know. This one was a long time ago. It was so long ago. More modern chatters have no idea. Well, I'll test it at some point. I think at some point what I will want to do is create a scene that just spawns one of every enemy in sequence, so that I can just see that everything kind of works right. And then have a button be like, okay, enemy dies, so I spawn the next one. That way I can just like see their behavior, see what's going on. Okay, now let's go through all the enemies. I didn't render a shadow. Oops. Do I have synced shadows on anything else? I think that's it. I might have it on Novice. Am I using a synced shadow here? No. No, I'm using this old shadow. Alright. 1 second. It got dark real quick. Past like 5 minutes. Ah, I can see again. Wonderful. Okay, nothing to fix there. Synced shadow. This doesn't have a texture, so it's not doing anything. That's fine. Climb. This is a shadow sprite, so I do not need to make it a shadow sprite. Same dealio, you're good. Huh, we're good. Nice! Alright. Right, I want to control the modulate elsewhere. That's fine. Okay. The naming on this all makes more sense now. I will add that at some point. But add, I don't add it that way. There, and yep. And since I don't actually want to go through all the effort right this second, body up, down. I'm just gonna make like a dummy version of this. So 40. Okay. That's what I want to see. That looks like flapping wings to me. What am I wanting to do? I guess first off, let's hide those. Just want to work on the body. I like this for the spawn animation. Okay. How do I want to do it? Do a 3-second animation. I should add some separation so I can actually see what I'm doing. Well, that's not right. Now I need to figure out the position. First, let's set an offset. One. Okay. So then I want what? First here I do an offset of I want it to be, so it starts here, 1. Okay, so it ends here. Okay. I think that's where it ends. Okay. Here. This should go all the way down to 0. And this ends at 2.25. Good. Now the tricky part of the motion. I have no idea how I'm gonna do this. The position might be wrong for this. Or offset might be wrong for this. I use offset to indicate height. I do need it to... I do need it for the shadow. Okay. I'll figure it out. This is going to be trickier than I thought, but I will figure it out because I like the idea of the bee flying in from above. The ending position is here. Got it. Let's start with a small... want it to start, let's say, 5 to the right. Let's do more than that. Here needs to be at 0 and 15 lower. There. The 0, 15. No, I did this part wrong. Hold on. Oh. Minus 28. It needs to be minus 28, minus 15. That's minus 43. Right? Oh, no. No. So that's minus 28 plus 15. So 13. Or minus 13. Okay, then this... That's not right. And in that position, 0. And that's the minus 43. Here, that'd be 10. Plus negative 28 plus 10, negative 18. 8. 10. We're almost there. Zero and minus 38. What do you think, chat? Does this look kind of like a B? I think it does need to be faster than this. And I think it would make sense to have it stretched out a bit more, like wider arc. Actually, only widening X makes a lot of sense to me. kind of like it. I can make it look better by inserting frames on these midpoints as well. So maybe if it's attacking, but I think maybe that would be easy to avoid. This is just the spawn animation. This is not an attack of any kind. This is just to have it fly in before it starts doing anything. Okay, so calculator. 15 times cosine of 45 degrees. 10.6. And then I apply half of that to this. So 28 minus 5.3 is 22.7, right? That looks smart. I think that looks pretty darn good. Be some variety of 10.6. Some variety of... Oh, this is the other one. 28, 33.3. Now where is this one gonna go? Not there. Let's put it... Let's put it halfway between the 30 and the 15. Right? Wait. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I've made a mistake. Pretty sure I've made a terrible mistake. So multiply this by 2, right? Oh god. And And then subtract off another 5.7 point, or 17 point. If I've done this right. Yes. Doubling that. Hold on. Hold on. Brain is not braining. Okay. First off. 30 times that. 21.2. Good. 21.2. Dividing that by 2, I get 10.6. Okay. So 28 minus 10.6 is 18.4. Now wait. Something's wrong. Minus 28 plus 10.6. Okay, that makes sense. No. This is the right number. Right? Oh my god, my brain is just not even. Okay. This is where the 16.4 goes. Okay, what goes here? It's just half, right? So this goes down to minus 13. Okay. Negative 28 plus 15. Okay. Got it. Oh boy. There's that. This needs to be minus 21.2. I promise I will get this right eventually. Eventually. Done. Minus 20. And what is the Y? Need to add 10.6, right? $28, 38.6. Much better. $28 plus 15, 43. Good. Okay, this is the trickier one. Because this is where I'm going to reduce the radius by some amount. So I'm at 30. The radius I need to go to 15. We're going to step through 20. Okay. Let me go back to neutral position on this stuff. Okay. 20. 14.1. Then I need to or add half of that. We'll just call it 7. Oh, wait. We're going down to 15. That's not... 20 is not the halfway point. So I want to go to what? Half 15, 7.5, 22.5. We're just going to call it 16 for simplicity. Okay, then add half of that. Now we're at the right spot. Oh boy! Now we're at the 10.6 for this. $28, 18, 17.4. Something's iffy. Something very iffy is happening between these two planes. That's going too low too fast. Actually, it's going too low because I subtracted wrong. Son of a gun! Sick. That movement up is because of I think I'm moving in the right direction. Next position is 28 minus that, right? Wait. That's at this time. Okay, we got it. Right. $28 minus 7.5, 20.5. makes sense. Okay. Now, 28 plus half of that, 33 points. Actually, stop seeing that. I just see this rotation. Feeling I did something wrong here on the math. Yes. Right? No, that's not right. The numbers are right here. So why is it looking weird? Like 28 minus 7.5. I was right before, but it looks wrong. I guess it's literally just that the sprite is moving up quite a bit. That doesn't look right. What am I doing wrong? Oh. Why is that so low? Oh. Because I think I mathed wrong. Why is simple algebra or simple arithmetic so troubling for me right now? This is not a good sign. 28 minus 5.3. 22.7. Right? Yes. And 15 divided by 2, 7.5. That's right. right? That is 28 plus 5 point. Where did I get the 6? Okay. Then 28 plus 7.5. 35.5. And I need a frame here. We're going down to a radius of 10. .7. And you need plus 3.5 minus 31. That gets us to 5, 8. That gets us to I think this should be slower, or like the decline should be. Now, do I want this going faster? Too fast. It's a little weird in the second. Maybe I don't do 2 loops. Maybe 2 loops is wrong. Yeah, I think 2 loops is wrong. Why can I not duplicate you? Okay. 1.2. I think that's better. I think that's a lot better. Let's also add a modulate. I think that makes sense. I like it. And it should probably come from even further away. I think that's pretty good. Okay, this will not loop. Okay. On animation end date. Finish. Edit. That. Stop play. Okay. Oh. I forgot a slight problem. For that. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Transform and the modulate. Oh wait, modulates being handled elsewhere. Modulate's being handled up at the scene route. That's fine. Is there anything else that comes from that enemy? Oh, frame. Right. And I want this play up. Okay, does this do what I want to do for the demo video? No. That's right. This is test 2. That's main, that's fine. And I need a new animation. Or I just rework main. Reworking main. Animation. Rid of that, because it shouldn't be necessary anymore. Right. Where did he go? Where is my sweet boy? Strange. Ah, there we go. I forgot the offset. Well. Now, okay. I think I have it working the way I want it to. almost right. The problem with it is the offsets that I need to input here. The synced sprite should take care of all that for me, so that's a non-issue. Okay, let me just do this the cheap and easy way. Well, that's weird. Hold on. Oh, that's why. So, wings up, I need to add 3. Why? Not even do it that way. Right. Wrong there. Valid operands. That's right. Oh, I don't need to use transform, I just need to use position. Position offset frame plus something. Apparently that one is... I guess they're the same. Does this do what I want? And just so I can reset it easily. Add button. Oop. Rest. What does it actually mean for a camera to be invisible? I don't know what that means. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that looks pretty awesome. Okay. Let's get a recording of it. I don't know anymore because I've been watching it for a while now. I understand. When you've seen something too many times, your brain just says, well, now it's obviously wrong. Obviously. One thing I need to check real quick. Oh, it's correct. All right. Yeah, there might be a problem with it, but that's okay. Out of curiosity, how does it look if I make this discrete instead of... Definitely more snappy. My eyes are doing something weird where it looks like there's two of it. That can't be right, right? Oh, right. That obviously has to be continuous. Yeah, no, if I'm doing it continuous for one, I should do it for the other. Yeah, I think it's just because it's so fast. My brain's trying to, like, interpolate extra frame data that I'm not actually getting. Okay, and the other video I need... Where are you? Slime Golem Walk. And because I don't want to be waiting around for a long time on this. Sorry. 5 seconds. Hit it. Start recording. That's the wrong scene. Why doesn't he have a shadow? Hold, please. That's bright. There it is. Oh. I already implemented it. I just hit it. Okay. That's right. Activate. Ah. I need to add that to all the activates, don't I? Or do I just have this mimic it? Oh, it is mimicking. Ah, that's why it didn't work. Got it. Forget that. And already cleaned up. Okay. I think that's all good. Let's try making this video again. That strikes me as a good enough video. Okay, now video editor. Come on. Come on. All right. And you first. That's not right. That's probably enough. Great audio, more clips. Text. Drop. That's about the farthest I get from it. Dang it. Okay. That I'm happy with. Hurt. Come on. Fun guy demo 2. That'll do. Okay. A lot of not visible going on. Strange. That's just new project, don't save. Audio, multiple clips. Yeah, I'll just do the last one. I did strip the audio, right? Well, just in case. Okay, now... double check it before I do that. Hold on. That doesn't look great. FPS should be plenty, but let's take it up to 60 just in case. Seems okay. Not perfect, but it's fine. Finished our little fun guy. Up for new assets. Initial render slash animation of. Now let's, instead of calling it initial render, we'll call it test render animation. Because I haven't actually done the real animations yet. Sure. Looking good. And show me the bee. Awesome. Alrighty. Copy that. And we're good. So, before we close out, let's have at least one more attempt at this. Maybe two. I don't know if I've got 2 runs in me, but we'll see. Part of it's going to depend on how good of a run we get this first time. Yep, I think my parents are panicking because they haven't heard from me in a couple days, just because I've been like heads down working. And they're calling like crazy right now. I'll talk to them in a minute after we finish stream. But they could see that I'm fine by just logging on to like checking out my stream. Like they know where I am. Oh, well, this is a dead run. Oh, not a dead run. Just almost a dead run. Your parents don't watch your stream either? I understand. It can be a little weird. Oh, bother. Alright, so we made it to this step. I don't like any social media. My parents are similar for the most part. The one exception is my dad really got into Facebook at one point. I don't know if he's still doing that. Well, there's a bowmaster right there, so the heck am I supposed to do? Oh. Well, we're gonna get by on hopes and prayers. That's what's gonna happen. But I have a feeling these guys are gonna kill this spirit when I run past. If I do something like this? Maybe? Hello, buddy boy. No, no, no. Wait, no, no, no. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I did the wrong button. No! Oh. They were not impressed that I decided to stream? Well, my mom has had this idea in her head for years and years now that I should have my own podcast or radio show or something like that, because she thinks that I'm just so clever and funny, but that's what all moms think about their kid. Her mom also isn't big on the study into machine learning, AI, as she consistently likes to remind me that we'll have weird boyfriend-girlfriend relationships with AI. I mean, people have weird girlfriend-boyfriend relationships with inanimate objects. Does that mean you shouldn't purchase or own inanimate objects. Like, I'm all for banning AI and like down with the machine learning. I'm all for that for a lot of reasons. But make sure you got good reasons for it. Not just people do weird things, therefore. I'm not sure that's a good argument. Alright, let's... That logic won't work on my mom, as she will tell me that she knows better as she is older. I think it's an Asian mom thing. So, first off, a parent thinking they know better just because they're older, that's not an Asian mom thing. That is a parent thing with a lot of parents. Like, do not think you're special in this regard. Still needs work. Yeah, no. So many parents do that, and it's garbage. That is garbage when any parent does it. And I should say, it's garbage when anyone does something like that. Like, if I'm wrong, explain to me why I'm wrong so I can stop being wrong. That simple. And if you're going to tell me I'm wrong, but not help me understand how I'm wrong, then I'm going to disregard what you have to say on the matter. Because you clearly don't care enough to correct me, so then why should I care enough to be corrected? But I totally don't have strong feelings about this topic at all. No, 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 no. That's a lot of not living happening. And they're attacking the spirit. Oh, no, nope, they were not attacking the spirit. In fact, they were attacking me. I think it's a Japanese thing because you aren't supposed to really argue with older people. So that's very much a norm in basically all cultures. Like, the phrase, don't talk back to your elders, is very, very common in English history, basically everywhere. And it's this just very strange idea that if someone was born even 5 years before you, then they are beyond reproach by you. Which I've met too many mean, wrong, misinformed, and nasty older people who believe that's a valid way to live. Never had problems questioning older people here in the US? Part of it depends on the older people. Like that, the sentiment is definitely changing. But you can definitely still find people that are like, no, I'm older than you, shut up. I don't have a way of handling this, but because the moment I grab that light, they're going to start attacking this spirit, aren't they? Nope, they did not. They did not. They did not. They did not. Run! Uh-oh. That is not the running animation. Okay, last run of the day. Maybe we'll win. It's not gonna happen. Because I don't have enough practice for the last part of this mission. And I have no idea what I'm supposed to do in this section. Like, I can run through this group. Get over here. What do I do after the question? Like, okay, I'm running. But how do I get past this group? One question. Did I break their aggro? I broke their aggro. Chat! Chat, magic and shenanigans is happening. Magic and shenanigans! Oh, but horticulturist is dying. Well, so much for that. Alright, I think that kind of answers the question, though, of if this strategy can work with this build. I think the answer is no. I think the answer is just a resounding, nope, this is not going to work. So, I need something like a mix of a running build and a fighting build. So I can get... I need to do the glitch route. Hit up, or get past the initial waves. Get up to the next level. Ideally without losing my initial... I'm not sure I can do that. That's iffy. I mean, I guess with enough running, I've theoretically been able to just run through the, like, lower stairs group. Anyway, that's enough for today. We'll theorize next time. But lots of cool progress today. Lots of cool progress today. Got the bee working. Got the wings flapping. I need to render shadows. I think I know how I want to do that. It'll be I think I'm just gonna not render the wings as part of the shadow. I think that's fine. Like, these wings are almost transparent, so not having shadows for them, I think is... Anywho, that, folks, is going to do it for today. So, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so. And above all, guys, y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.